Greetings and welcome back to the Aeon Drive Tournament. I am Catherine of Sky and I am here with the wonderful Avalon, and we are here to see the match between Miracle and Dragon.
Yes, guys, I'm so sorry that we're running a bit behind schedule today. Unfortunately, there has been a few cancellations, but here we are for the top 32 match, where we're going to see who's actually going to progress into the final stages of this tournament. So because this is a top 32 match, it will be played across 30 minutes on one level, where the guys get the chance to find the best route and then optimize their time. And I believe we're going to be going for a Sector 2 level, which is going to be quite interesting, a bit of difference in graphics to what we've seen over the past couple of days.
Yeah, we've noticed some different color schemes, the background's slightly different, there's some different props in each of the levels, really kind of differentiating each of the sectors from each other. And I don't know if we've actually seen this Sector 2 level yet, so it's going to be fun to kind of check it out.
Yeah, no, this is a first time that we're going to be seeing this late into Sector 2. We've seen some of the earlier Sector 2 levels previously, but like I say, first time we're going to see 2-9. So that's going to be awesome just to get a chance to look at it. So the runners are just setting up with their level selection, and then we're going to have a brief countdown for them, and then we're going to get straight into this. It's going to be a really good game, and I have been waiting for a game for a while, so it better be close.
Yes, unfortunately, we've had so many cancellations, and it's been like, no, we want to commentate, we want to just show off this game because it's absolutely awesome. Now, the game is coming out, I believe, tomorrow, so you can pick it up on Steam then. Yeah, it's now time to just, well, I guess wishlist for one more day and then buy it tomorrow, because so far from what we've seen, it looks super, super fun, really fluid game with really nice mechanics, and lots of options for speed running and lots of strategic decisions that you need to make, between different kinds of movement styles and all that kind of stuff. So we're really excited for that to happen. The public is going to get their hands on the game tomorrow, and hopefully, we're going to see everybody's reaction once they finally get to play it. Hopefully they'll turn up in chat as well, and we'll get to hear what everybody else has to think of the game.
That is most certainly my hope. I want to see people who are finding new routes when they've got the time to grind and less of the pressure from the tournament. But I'm also hoping to see more people who want to play it casually, because the game itself has a storyline, and if you're not, pixel perfect with your movements and stuff like these guys have to be, you can collect these little capsules, collect 4 of them, and you get an extra 5 seconds on your clock, so you've got time to explore levels, you've got time to look around and just learn how the game works. And there's also quite a decent learning curve for it. So the primary feature of the game is, of course, this dash dagger, where the character, you'll see there, Dragon, throwing his dagger forward, and then immediately warping to it. There is a slight frame sort of animation there that slows you down, so it's not necessarily always the fastest option, but quite often it is a lot faster than just walking along.
Indeed, there are a number of movement skills that they can use to get forward. One of them is also the sort of slide on the ground, which is a little bit faster than running as well. But on some areas where you have a very tiny amount of platform, or the distance is not far to go, then you may want to skip some of those animations and choose a different method in order to get by much more quickly. Now, we are seeing some of the other issues to a speedrun like this, where you have moving obstacles, both enemies as well as sort of hazards in the environment, like the fire bars that you see moving up and down, and the saws, and our players have to make sure that they go at exactly the right speed, because if they go too fast or too slow, they may run into those, and their entire run might be compromised by having a different speed in getting there.
That's exactly it, yeah, and like you say, these moving parts, this saw that you're seeing here with Dragon is a prime example. If you wanted to throw your dash dagger down diagonally to warp into that zone, but you've turned up at the wrong time, where is that saw going to be? Is it going to hit you? Is it going to stop your dagger? It's all little things like that you've got to consider, and that's why, although 30 minutes seems like quite a long time for one level, the actual nuance of it is insanely close. They've really got to think about it. You're seeing here Miracle working out that he can skip a large section there by throwing his dagger up, but then he's too far ahead of the next laser bar, so he can't actually fit into the opening that he needs to fit into.
That was most interesting on Dragon's screen there. I don't know. really... Did he use like a dagger to be pointed upward to go through the fire bar? That was interesting. I'm not sure what happened there. I'll have to see if Dragon does it again, because that was a very, very interesting movement that I saw. But yeah, both of them kind of trying to work out now which of the routes might be the fastest, and whether they should go bottom or middle, or which way is most advantageous to them. Let's see if Dragon... Oh, Dragon trying something to skip that fire bar early, but it doesn't actually work. I wonder if they got to that area earlier, if they'd be able to just shoot the dash dagger quicker and get through that little gap with the teeth. Oh, there we go. Okay, so they did 2 stages of dash dagger, but I'm wondering if they could have just dropped down and done just the dagger through the little teeth hole over there and see if that would work.
That is a really interesting point, Catherine, to be honest. I was thinking perhaps there's a faster way to get there, but you are absolutely right in that you could just throw the dagger directly through the laser beam. It is interesting to see the similarities these runners are finding in their early stages of the routes, both of them currently going over the top of the map. And that means that they both have to face this section, which, as you saw there, Miracle landing there a little bit later than Dragon did previously, which means that Bar was in a better place for him. Although the time was slower, it worked out a little bit better. Now you can see him testing that early point, you know, getting out of the gate quickly by throwing that diagonal dagger. And you'll see the Bar was in a much more favourable position there. These levels are built for speed, and that speed is, you know, when it's taken as a core design philosophy, it can really feel fast when things line up properly.
Indeed, that was an interesting one where they both started almost at the same time. Miracle getting to that area quite a bit slower than last time, and the fire bar being in completely the wrong area. It's an interesting thing when they're kind of working out how to do these routes, where if they go through and kind of test and then, oh yeah, this is faster because I can get through that fire bar instantly, where they actually can't, because if they start to optimize and do better movements, then all of a sudden the fire bar is in a different place and they no longer have that time save that they might have anticipated before. So it's going to be interesting to see also if they try a different route, because we haven't really seen them go downward. So I want to see if they're going to try that, and if that time is anywhere close to what this top area is ending up being.
That's something that I was wondering myself, you know. Although this route may be shorter and potentially faster, does that wait time that the players are having to face, does that actually increase the length of the run? You know, Dragon here has put on a sub-18 time, but could he get a sub-16 going the bottom route and avoiding this whole section altogether just because of that weight that comes with this fire bar? But then, as you can see here, Dragon arriving early enough to not even have to worry about the fire bar, everything just lining up. This game, again, like I said, designed for speed, everything lines up when you're quick.
Indeed, though it does seem a little bit awkward kind of on the top side with some running sections where it's a little bit too short to do the dash underneath kind of thing. Though Dragon getting there a little bit faster, but too fast, because dropping down on that platform, the fire bar actually bit at his ankles, or toasted his ankles, I guess I should say. And he ends up dying. Instead of having a faster time, he loses the time altogether, unfortunately. And in that section also, missing the dash underneath the enemy, which you can dash underneath them safely, but it was going in the same direction as he was, and it was not timed correctly, and therefore he did it again, just like that. Wow. Thank you for Dragon for giving us that example.
Yeah, really showing your point here. And it, you know, as you said, the laser kind of scorched his ankles a little bit there, and that was an opportunity maybe for him to throw the dash dagger forwards or diagonally forwards, so that you could just dash over the top of it, skip that section altogether, and that would be your little time save there. But it's this section here that Dragon's going through, and Miracle died before he reached, unfortunately. But it's that section there with the saw where I think they're losing a lot of time. There has to be a quicker way to get around this. You can't throw the dash dagger through the saw, but running around it is very slow. But again, our runners have pointed out the actual animation of teleporting is sometimes slower than running, so maybe there's no optimum place to put the dagger. Maybe there is no way to warp around this, although with the speed Dragon just managed to get through that section there, I personally think he could have got a dagger diagonally down behind the sword. But this is the sort of stuff we'll see over the next 20 minutes or so. We'll see how much more efficient do they get, how much faster do they get, and how many more daggers are they throwing.
Indeed. Dragon trying that bottom route finally, so that we have our curiosity. Oh wow, there's many things happening here. Have our curiosity satisfied, and it does look like that bottom route has a lot of stuff going on, so I'm not sure if it's going to be faster or if it just needs more optimization, obviously, because that is the name of the game. Miracle looking like they are having a really good run here. Multiple diagonal daggers there, really get it. Wow, that was quick. Oh, and only to hit that enemy at the end. That's just a shame. That could have been a really good time.
Yeah, absolutely, it could have been. And this is something that we've seen before. It comes down to your tactics. We've seen it where people have tried the same route over and over again and optimized it to near perfection, and they've come out on top. But then we've also seen it when people start to iterate, they start to look for those other routes and the other opportunities that the level gives them, and that they've then come out on top. So it'll be interesting to see, you know, has Dragon made the right decision looking at this bottom route? Because as Dragon optimizes it, they'll get faster and faster at it, and then hopefully they'll bring that time down. I mean, that time they've just matched, in fact, I think they've done more than match, yeah, 16-7-3. They've actually overtaken Miracle on that run using a different route. So has Miracle optimized as much as possible with the top route and will need to explore the bottom route? Or has Dragon still got more time to find on this bottom route with more optimization? And then it'll come down to, you know, who optimizes their route faster. Did Miracle's extra couple of minutes on the top route mean that they know the route well enough to really, really come through?
Indeed, and Dragon, I was just about to answer your question there. I think there's much more time to find on that bottom route, considering Dragon has only done it like 3 or 4 times just now, and there is still so much that they are learning from this course and where to do which movements, still experimenting, trying to find the best way forward, really making some good movements as well. I think the practice on the top section of that is improving the inputs here. And they're really doing really well on that bottom section. But again, we'll have to see, you know, which one ends up being faster. I wonder if Miracle is going to try the bottom route at all, or if they're going to keep on going on. It's going to be interesting to see that strategy and who does what faster or better. But yeah. Miracle still struggling on that saw section, where it's just a tiny bit awkward. It's not. It doesn't. And those awkward things, I don't think they feel good as a speedrunner, do they?
When you're faced with awkward situations like that, no, it doesn't feel good. When you're slowed down by the level, it feels horrible. But that's the whole point of this game, is there's often ways around these time delays. And I think that that's what's going to come. Dragon is tying the top route again now, and I think it's that saw that both of them have just passed that is really going to make the difference on this top route time. I think if they can get that saw down, and they can get a dash dagger behind the saw, the rest of this level could be opened wide up. It's just that first little bit they need to get right. But here you see,
now, why did
the laser
Dragon
bar
drop
Dragon
down there? Is it possible to go through the gap and the fire bar? Or do you only get one obstacle bypassed by the warp dagger?
No, you could absolutely throw your dagger there, providing that there's the range. So we'd have to take a closer look at it as they go through and actually estimate, you know, have you got the range to throw the dagger through both the bar and the spike. So when one of them reaches it again, we'll have a closer look. But they can absolutely throw the dagger if it's in range.
It looks like it would be a good thing to me, but yeah, you're right. The range has been surprising in some levels, because in previous levels we've seen before, you can throw it a very long distance, and then at other times it seems like it would probably go, but then it doesn't. So we'll just have to check it out and see if it's possible. Because that would seem like a good place where they could save at least a second, and at least one animation as well. So
yeah, most definitely. And speaking of that sort of change and that sort of optimization, you were mentioning it earlier, Miracle now giving it a try, going that bottom route, seeing how he's doing. He's the one who knows to throw the dagger up as you climb through those moving bars, so he knows that little optimization there that Dragon never seemed to pick up on. But Dragon seems to know that top route a little bit better as well. He's throwing more down diagonal daggers than Miracle appeared to be.
Yeah, these times are definitely a far cry from other times that we have seen. Whether this is a longer level or they just haven't found all the optimizations yet, it's hard to say. But we've seen levels that are, what, sub 6 seconds or something like that? Really, really quick ones.
Yeah, we've seen some insanely fast times in this, and you know, like, these guys, they are doing the right things, they're getting those frames right, but because they're dying so often with little mistakes, we're not seeing them complete these runs, we're not seeing them get to the end. So, although they might optimize that beginning, they might optimize avoiding this flying robot with the diagonal knife and then through the gap, as Miracle just perfectly demonstrated my point, but because they're making the mistakes and hitting the enemies and the fire bars, this end section here is not optimized yet. They haven't worked out, of course, that you could just drop down. And now, having seen it on Miracle's screen a second ago, you absolutely had the range to throw it through both the bar and the spikes.
Yeah, the game is not very forgiving in that way either. As in, you don't get any second chances. You don't have hearts that you can spend to get through. If you make a mistake on the first part, get hit by an enemy, you can't just progress to the end part and try to optimize that section. You have to run every run right from the beginning. And that is probably one of the things that prevents them from maybe doing a little bit more work on the end. But hopefully they'll figure it out as they go along here. Let's see.
That absolutely doesn't feel bad as a gameplay mechanic when the levels are this short. You know, you've got a 30-second timer maximum on these levels unless you collect the capsules. So even when you are dying, even when you are resetting the level, it's not like you're losing hours of progress. It's like back when you had Celeste as a newer game, and those tight platforming sections were a real challenge for a lot of people. Although it did kill you many times, you only reset on the screen. So it wasn't a huge penalty for death. And in games like this, where you are going to die a lot trying to perfect things, it is good to have a low penalty for death.
Right. Yeah, we're seeing really variable times on the that fire bar getting there. And I believe the timer is universal. So if they're getting there late, it means they got there later than before. So I'm really surprised that there is such a variation that we're seeing in getting past stuff. Wow, Miracle getting to the saw early, finding that absolutely faster time there through that beginning section and just completely jumping over the saw. Didn't even need 2 jumps, and I think that's probably what we need to see.
And that is a new PB for Miracle, but you saw it there. Even though he just got less than 15.5 seconds, there were several moments where his character stood still. There were several opportunities there to further optimize that route, and that's what we're going to be looking for. It was stuff like, as he jumped over the saw, there was plenty of hang time to throw a diagonal knife here. You see it, there's a lot of hang time. You can get yourself to the ground faster. And then after that point, the knife hit an enemy instead of a wall, which of course slows you down because you have to catch your knife and throw it again. And little things like that, I reckon we could easily see a sub 15 time on this stage.
Oh, absolutely. It's, I think sometimes think like that one feels like such a new, like, oh my gosh, I did it, I got there early, that Miracle doesn't even think about doing the diagonal throw, which would indeed get them to the ground faster. So you kind of wonder, or unless they might be scared of throwing it at a diagonal because maybe the speed isn't enough to keep up with the speed of the saw. We don't know what Miracle is thinking at the moment, so it's kind of hard to tell, but it would be interesting to see if they try it out and see if that does improve their time at all. Like right there, it seemed like there was plenty of time to throw the dagger there.
Yeah, Miracle is definitely working on perfection now. The amount of times that I've just watched them reset coming out of the start gate because one of the daggers on this climb hasn't worked out perfectly. They are clearly going for it, and the diagonal down dagger went. It did connect, but he didn't teleport to it in time and still got killed by the saw. But that is it. That is where that time difference is going to come, is that little optimization. But Dragon's still going down this bottom route, and the thing with this bottom route is, as you just saw, there's a very small gap to throw the dash dagger through. And if you can get that first time and optimize everything else, I think this route could be very, very quick. And if Dragon had stuck with that route the whole time and optimized it, I think that bottom route would have been faster, but harder to beat.
Right. That, yeah, Miracle doing that, perfecting that down diagonal dagger there, really trying to shave off the seconds. And I agree with you. I wonder if Dragon had stayed with the bottom route, if they would have gotten a little bit further. But there are still 13 minutes left in this match. So I'm sure that that's lots of time for Dragon to keep on working something. Now Dragon moving into the top route again. One wonders if they keep going, switching between section to section, are they going to perfect either of them? So that's something they also have to think about. They probably have to commit at some point in order to keep the muscle memory intact and kind of, progress onward.
Yeah, that's absolutely it, Catherine. And that's the one concern I have. We talked about 30 minutes being quite a long time for them to learn these levels and learn those perfections that they need to get. But when you're constantly changing your route like that, you're losing those micro decisions that you were making previously subconsciously. And where now Miracle probably isn't thinking about this start. They just know what they aim to achieve and whether they've achieved it or not, and then they continue or reset depending on that. But where Dragon has switched back and forth, they're going to have to be thinking about every decision. They're not going to start to just subconsciously pick these up with that muscle memory that you mentioned.
And Dragon is now so far behind that, or at least on that last run, that the fire bar, I think, is probably a full cycle back from where Miracle's is, judging from their start. If you notice how Miracle does those diagonal daggers, Dragon has been... No, Dragon's changing route. Dragon, come on! You're not working with my commentary here. No, Dragon is doing these very horizontal movements. They have to wait for the saw. They have to jump before and after, and it's much slower overall, whereas Miracle just zapping up above through those fire bar little corridor, I don't know what you would call them, almost like little rooms there. And it looks very fluid, very nice, and then going with the diagonal again through, past the saw, past the barbed wire, and all of that, it looks much more like a speed run than the very awkward, like, okay, let's slide, let's jump, let's run. It's very, very awkward on Dragon's side here. Hopefully they pick up on that and kind of reinvent the diagonal warp daggers, but so far they're not trying it, and I'm really surprised about that.
Yeah, and where they both started so close together and they're about to do it again, you can see the difference in speed, where Dragon is jumping, slashing, throwing, jumping, whereas Miracle's like throw, dash, throw, dash, throw. It's immediate. It's so much speed out of the gate that, irrelevant of how much Dragon optimizes the latter part of the level, whilst Miracle was gaining like a whole half second there at the beginning, I don't think that it's going to make enough of a difference unless Dragon gets that beginning part of the level down. There was a point there where I thought Miracle was going to go sub 15, where the perfect opening occurred. The dagger was thrown down over the back of the saw, but then unfortunately just missing a warp at the end and hitting the firebar.
Yeah, and those are the disappointing moments, I think, for any speedrunners. Like, you have this perfect run, and then it's like, oh no, I missed the thing. Darn it. But that's the whole, I guess, craft of speedrunning, is to take it as you go, because you will die a lot. You will fail a lot. Like, a lot. You may need thousands and thousands of runs to get a record or win in a tournament. Obviously, this tournament is not long enough to do thousands of runs, but if you're speedrunning other games, you will have to do that kind of thing. But I think by and large, speedrunners really enjoy it because they love the game, they love the movement, and they like challenging themselves as well as their competitors so that they can get just better and better at the games that they've chosen. Wow, Miracle, disappointed there, hoping to... Yes! No, I thought Miracle was like, darn, I missed that thing. Let's try getting a dagger into the snack machine and get a little bit of a pick-me-up in the form of an energy drink or something.
That final crawling enemy really does make that final dagger throw a little bit of a challenge there. You can see the difference in speed, though, in that final section where Dragon is dropping down. There's no dagger throw. He just lets gravity do its thing. Whereas Miracle's really forcing it, really throwing the dagger down, forcing the player back onto the ground so that they can get their next movement lined up, while the slow air time that Dragon's taken is going to continuously up how long it takes him to do each of these levels.
Indeed, you feel like Miracle's really hungry for it, really trying to get the best time they can, because they can see how close it is. And I forgot if Dragon had gotten their best time on the bottom route, or was it the top route? Was it the bottom? It might have been. But Miracle doesn't know that. So Miracle might be just trying to shave off every fraction of a second there, knowing that Dragon is hot on their heels, trying to snatch that time and win this section of the tournament. So I think that's why we see that movement at the end there that is just so risk-taking and trying to go as fast as possible.
Yeah, and you know, like you just highlighted, they can see. Oh, that was a beautiful dagger throw there from Dragon. It wasn't fast enough because of the beginning, but that was a 15-7-9. But the dagger went over the top of that final enemy that's been causing Miracle so many problems. But like you say, you know, they can see the leaderboard each time they complete the level. They can see how close they are. They can see, you know, for Dragon, they can see you're only a third of a second behind, which must be really getting into his head at this point. Why can't he beat him? Why can't he get this extra couple of seconds off? Whereas Miracle will see it as Dragon's right on my heels. How can I make this a little bit faster? And I think that was a little bit faster.
Oh, I think it was.
So for the time, yep, 14-12. Not just sub 15, but nearly a whole second faster than his previous personal best. That was fast.
I picked up on that last dagger throw just as you talked about it just seconds before, and I was like, oh, that looked perfect to me. Like you said, letting gravity do its thing, getting on that first block, and then having that perfect dagger throw over the enemy. Obviously combining it with the good movement in the previous part of the level to get a new low.
Yeah,
Dragon
has dropped a new low as well, but although the dashboard hasn't updated yet to show Miracle's time, Dragon is still behind, and that must have been so upsetting for him after knocking nearly a whole second off his time to find Miracle still ahead of him. I can't imagine how frustrating that was. You must have put that time on for, yes, just over 15 seconds. I finally beat him, and then Miracle's got and beat another PB there. 14:07 now.
Oh, this is just the rat race, isn't it? It's like, no, I finally got the thing. Oh, no, they beat me again. Sad times. Oh my goodness. And you see the frustration with Dragon. Obviously seeing that time is like, wow, what am I doing wrong? Now trying the bottom route to see maybe this is what's faster, because Dragon doesn't know what Miracle is doing. So they just kind of have to guess and like, okay, where are they? What are they doing? What level? Or what area of the level are they going? And maybe thinking that the bottom is faster. Yeah, we'll see how that ends up being.
14. That's 13 seconds, 0.99. Or 9.8 in fact. What an incredible run from Miracle. Just shaving off microsecond after microsecond, and that is the level of perfection that this game demands. But it means that he's also growing that lead against Dragon, which is going to continuously demoralize him. That's the thing about these races and these tournaments, is it's not typical speedrunning. You're not just against yourself and a clock. You're against yourself, the clock, your opponent, and your own attitude. If you become demoralized, you start making these mistakes like Dragon is starting to do. You start panicking about your route, you start doubting your decisions, and then you start exploring like Dragon is now. But we've already seen how fast Miracle can get through this top section. So can Dragon even come close to that when he's been switching between these sections? He's not worked on optimizing anything. He's just constantly jumped back and forth, and I think that's going to really harm him in the long run.
Yeah, I think here we're seeing the sort of panic or frustration or whatever, desperation maybe, of like, you know, really got a good time on the other route, and then it's like, whoa, no, he's already ahead of me. How do I get past this? And like you said, not being able to make those micro decisions automatically, not being able to just like fluidly go. This is kind of, it feels very panicky to me to like choose a different route with just, I don't know, well, I guess 5 minutes left on the clock when he did start going down. But yeah, we'll see if it pays any dividends, but I'm actually kind of worried for Dragon because Miracle has been really perfecting that upper route, and I'm not sure if they can surpass that time with the amount of time that there is left in the match.
Especially when they're still just lazily jumping over the top of pillars in that middle section there. I appreciate they're trying a new route and they might be testing things out, but in a race that's this close and speeds that are this high, you cannot afford to just jump over something. There has to be a downward diagonal dagger where it's possible to throw them. You just can't get away with not throwing that dagger.
Indeed, and I wonder if maybe they have forgotten some of those tiny optimizations or something like that, or are not thinking of them because they are in a bit of a panic.
Yeah, exactly that. Your attitude just makes such a big difference in these races. We see it all the time when we're, we also do a lot of Mario Maker stuff, and sometimes one runner will finish the level after another runner's just set a world record on it, and they'll see it, and you'll just see it in their face, you'll see it in their gameplay, that once they've seen that they are that far behind, and the other runners putting times up above them, that they just can't come back from it. And that's what I imagine Dragon is feeling, after he finally broke that 15.5-second mark, brought it down to below the time that he thought Miracle was on, and then Miracle beat that time by over a second, and then again moved more time off it and grew a huge gap between the two runners. And you just gotta wonder how that's affecting Dragon's mind.
Yeah, and you see there's making mistakes and not hitting things kind of as they should be, and that's forcing also some other movements later on. But once you're kind of at the end, or once you've lost time, you can't really make it up on these very, very short levels. These aren't like, say, Super Mario Odyssey levels where there's a lot of sort of leeway in some of the movement, or you can hit one enemy maybe, or not another enemy, or whatever. With the times so very tight, it has to be perfect. Oh, look at this, Dragon going over the top of that section. I don't know if we've seen that before. But that was interesting. I wonder if that was going to be faster, because Dragon was kind of very slow on the bottom section. I was going to say struggling, sort of. But yeah, that didn't work out. And now moving up again to the top route. I definitely feel the desperation here. 1 minute 32 left on the clock. And I suspect Dragon doesn't know what to do at this point, as in like, wow, that bottom section wasn't working. Let's just go top again. But I feel like they might have lost the muscle memory for that section already, since they've been playing the bottom section for a good, 7 minutes or something like that. Or 4 minutes,
and it's so quick. And you've got to consider as well that both of these players are incredibly good players. There were 4,000 people in the early stages of this tournament. And you can see just how much skill needs to go into this, with Miracle now reaching the point where as soon as one dagger doesn't land where they want, as soon as one dash is messed up, they're resetting the level. They did a really bad example here because they're playing the level all the way through very quickly. But just before this one, you'll see now, oh, nope, they go for the finish, but just before, they missed one dagger throw and they immediately reset. They didn't go through the screen loads, they didn't get any of that done, they just immediately reset it. And if you keep watching Miracle now, you'll see them reset over and over when something just doesn't go perfectly. And that's the attitude you've got to have.
Right, and they have been perfecting this level. They know which moves to make in each of the sections, and I feel like Dragon really lost out on that because of trying too many routes, and not committing to one and really perfecting one of them, because both of the routes look like they have maybe similar times. The bottom one doesn't seem extremely slow. So if Dragon had kept at that one, it might have led to a different result. But as we see, Miracle is definitely going to take this match by over a second. And they're going to move on to the next bracket in the tournament.
Yeah, a truly huge gap there. And you just saw as well, Dragon on the top route finally throwing the dagger to get around the sword, but it was too little too late. Too much time spent exploring the level, not enough time spent perfecting the route. And like you say, the two routes could have been very similar in time. I couldn't tell from what I saw in this which one was faster. But out of these two runners, Miracle was the faster player. The inputs were so strong from them as an individual. It was very, very good. So that means that, of course, Miracle will be advancing into the top 16 of this tournament as we're getting closer and closer to our climax to find who will be the first ever champion of Aeon Drive.
Right, they will face off against Glenn Jammin in the top 16, and we hope to see that match later. I forget if it's tomorrow or the next day, but or today or tomorrow, pardon me. But we are really looking forward to seeing that match, and we have heard it is definitely tomorrow. So we hope you will join us then to see that one. But in the meantime, we have some more matches to see today. So we will leave you to our next friendly commentators who will be with you shortly.
of Earth, how are you? We are back here in this Aeon Drive Tournament. I am ALT Insider, solo in the booth for the next 15-ish minutes to see who's going to go to the next round. Fake Toy or Hollow Baker. As you can see on the screen, the game, Aeon Drive, is here, coming out. Not in 1 year, not in 2 years, not in 3 years, not even next week. It's coming out tomorrow. And you can wishlist it, or just pick it up when it comes out, because that'll come out very soon. This game is very hype. I know the chat now is filled with experts on this game. I don't have to explain the game to you. You know what's going on, but I still will, just in case we get some new viewers popping in here. This tournament is all about beating a single level of this game as fast as possible, or as fast as your opponent. So, it doesn't have to be fast if your opponent's slow, but that's not going to be the case here, because we have two incredible players to see who can go into the next level of the 32. So Sector 2, we're going to the Sector 2 level 10 today. And this is going to be pretty cool. The game, of course, you've seen it before. It's beautiful. Well, I've played the game myself a lot, and my only problem with it is the timer just makes me have to go to the end fast. I want to enjoy the background and I need to add a kind of a mode where I don't have to worry about the backgrounds. I worry about the timer. I can just enjoy and explore around. But unfortunately, this game is all about going fast, as we're going to find out very soon when we start. We got 10 minutes on the clock here. Who can get the fastest time in those 10 minutes is the goal. And we're going to see who can pull it out. I mean, it's going to be fun. It is definitely a lot of fun. To see, it's kind of a puzzle, right? Every level is a new puzzle. These players not seen this level yet, so they're going to open this new level, and it's going to be a puzzle. Who can solve this puzzle the fastest? And, once you figure out the best way, how fast, how much can you optimize that is what this is all about. And yeah, it's really fun. It's been really cool so far. I gotta say, shout outs to the developers to just put this together. I mean, it's a great idea to release a game like this. You always see on Reddit, speedrun and stuff. It's like, the game developers come in. It's like, how can I make my game optimized for speedrunning? And I always say the same thing. Just make a good game, and then people will speedrun it. And this game is a great game, and it kind of lends itself to speedrunning a lot, sure, but it's just a good game, and here we're gonna have people speedrunning it. And they made a tournament to make sure that happened. That's just a good idea. I wish more people would do that. But it looks like we are off and running here. Fake Toy is going to, again, playing this level for the very first time. Going to see the fastest way through it here. Always a lot of different ways to finish every level. A lot of different paths, upper, lower, middle. We don't know anything yet. We just know Fake Toy took the top path for his first run through. Movement options, as you can see, it's all about, let's be honest, it's all about that teleportation dagger. I mean, that's the fastest way you want to move around most of the time.
I mean, not rush the thing.
That's really what you want to be doing. There's also running, of course. You can also do a little slide, which is faster than running, and of course you can run. But really, it's all about once you see these like Picassos put together, when they get the level figured out, and they're going as fast as possible. It's all about the dagger, man. You want to be using that dagger as much as humanly possible. That's how you get the fastest movement. I mean, it's all about that. It's not always the case. There's some cases where you want to run a little bit, but it's really, once you see these guys put together awesome runs, it's all about the dagger and find out the optimal dagger throws. And you can throw that thing any direction you want, and it just teleports you across the screen. And that's really the best way to go about these things. I mean, usually, the earlier levels, you weren't seeing a lot of the sword use, which again, you do have a sword to use to kill enemies. But now I've been watching, the later levels they do have to employ that sword a little more than the earlier stages we saw yesterday in the earlier days of the tournament. And we'll see. Fake Toy already has a time of 24 seconds, but I'm guessing that is a far cry from what we're going to see at the end here. As we see, they're both kind of taking that upper path to start, figuring out the best way to go through things here. So yeah, you're going to see the fire bars. Of course, you go right through those fire bars with that dagger. Auto Baker here still trying to find the best way through this one here. Not sure if he's even seen the end of this level yet. They know it's somewhere to the right, but where it is, we're never quite sure. Beautiful slides there from the Big Toy under those blades. Cannot throw your dagger through those blades, which is of note. Fake Toy getting another time here. See what that is. 15, down to 15 seconds. That's 9 seconds off the first time. That's around the time you have seen times as fast as, I think 5 seconds was one of the fastest ones earlier in the tournament, but you see times of, between 6 and 15, 20 seconds, These levels aren't long once you learn how to do them quickly, but that's the fun of it, right? Is figuring out how to go through these levels quickly. And look, we're already almost 3 minutes into this thing. Not very much time left on this one. These things go by lightning quick.
Mission complete.
I'm going to focus on Hollow Baker a little bit here. He got a time of 22 seconds up there for his first time on the board. With 10 seconds, you don't have a lot of time to mess around. You can't really dawdle too much and try to experiment with different tactics. You kind of just got to go. Pick a way that works for you and try to perfect that as much as possible. There we go. As we go through this thing, you'll see the dagger be used more and more as they learn the best way to throw it, how to get through the other obstacles in the level. The downward dagger toss is always a quicker way to move than just jumping. Fake toy here with a 15 seconds. Seems to have somewhat decided his current course. Yeah, so these backgrounds, of course, based on Barcelona. There's a good blog post on their Steam page about the inspiration for these backgrounds. Of course, we don't get to see too much of them because these guys are running through so fast. Hollow Baker getting another... Did it pause? Anyone else? Here, looks like we're getting some fresh action here. Okay. Live again. Technical difficulties handled by our beautiful tech crew in the back here. 5 minutes left, just halfway through this one. Fake Toy with a 15.6 time and Hollow Baker with 22.3. Who will be able to get that as low as possible? Back in action here.
Oh my god.
We are off and running here. It's fun to see the divergence of the levels, right? With such a short amount of time, 10 minutes is not a lot. It's fun to see who kind of the different ways they go about the level. Because like I said, with 10 minutes, you don't got a lot of time to experiment. Yeah, I would say Fake Toy, in terms of gameplay, Fake Toy seems to be on top of it. A little bit more than Hollow Baker at the moment. A good way to look at that, I think, so watching this tournament so far, is who's using the dagger, right? I mean, once you're using the dagger, it's precise, it requires a lot of skill. It also means you know where you want to put that dagger. You can't just willy-nilly be throwing that thing around, right? So you got to know where you want to throw it, and if you know the level well, and execute well, you really want to be using the dagger as much as possible. And we haven't seen the precision yet from Hollow Baker, as we have from Fake Toy so far. We still got some time left. Not a lot, though. 3:40 on the clock is all we have. Fake Toy getting another time here. Let's see what this one is. That looked pretty good. That was a 12, I believe. That's a nice time there. Hollow Baker got his work cut out for him here. A little more than 3 minutes left. That was a mighty fine time there by Fake Toy. But I'm guessing he can get that even lower. That jump over strat right there seems to be the ticket. That's the golden ticket to this one. Let's see what this is. Did he get it even better? Nope, 1257 still stands. Let's see if Hollow Baker can find that strat of jumping over that ending block there with the spikes all around it. Let's see if he can perfect that even more. Only 2:45 left on the clock, though. He's going to have to pick it up. Hollow Baker needs to get on his game here. Watch Hot Fake Toy work here. Didn't quite get the wall jump there. Get a little practice in for the next run. That was a beautiful strat here. Let's watch him work here. That's Hollow Baker. So. We have both runners being paused at the moment. What's going
Is
on?
it wait?
Okay, giving some intel here in my ear here. Hollow Baker's game crashed, so we're gonna wait for him to come back. Fake Toy is. We're gonna pause here for a second. We're gonna finish this match for sure. Gonna wait for Hollow Baker to get his game back up here. Little time to refresh. Get your mind straight. Think about your route a little bit more. Fake Toy using his precious time to get some practice runs in. Practice in, not actual runs, of course, because that would be unfair. But Fake Toy has so far been the star of this two-man show in a big way, finding that last jump over the spike wall, proving to be the difference. And it's a 3-second difference right now, and that is massive when the best time is 13 seconds. So still room for Hollow Baker here. He's got 2 minutes, though. If he can find that somehow at the end, we'll see what can happen. But it's going to be tight. So again, this game is coming out, as you see there, on September 30th. If you want to try this out, check it out on Steam. It is a lot of fun. It's a game where, you kind of, the more you play, the better you feel. The better, the better you feel yourself getting better at it, and the more you play. It's all about precision. You have perfect control of your character. So. Yep, and we are just about ready to start up here. And we have, we're going to put 2 minutes on the clock here. 2-minute burst here. The 2-minute warning is going off right now. Can Hollow Baker overcome this massive almost 3 second deficit here? We're going to find out right now. If we get Hollow Baker on the screen here shortly.
Damn.
Fake Toy seems supremely dialed in right now, though. He has found his preferred route, and he is attacking it like a shark. And we are both back on the screen here.
Yeah, buggering this robot is way better.
Didn't get the rotation he wanted there on those blades. This time won't beat his current best for sure. Fake Toy's side. As we can see, Hollow Baker taking that little middle route there with the 2 blades in between. Not even going the route that'll give him a chance to jump over that spike block at the end. Don't think he can find a better time unless he does find that route.
Come on, I'm not jumping high enough.
1 minute left on the clock here now. Just looking at Hollow Baker here. Can he find out? He goes low here, and that seems to be his demise. Yeah, that low strat is not going to get it done. Fake Toy and Hollow Baker finishing almost at the same time. Let's see the time difference here. 40 seconds left on the clock. 12:57 still for Fake Toy is his best time. 1 or 2 chances left here for Hollow Baker. He's going to have to pull out a miracle. He's going to have to try something he's never tried before with the route he's already comfortable with. And that's kind of tough, right? When you know the route you're comfortable with, you want to optimize that, of course, when you have so little time left on the clock. Less than 20 seconds here. We're getting down to last run time here for Hollow Baker. Did not get it done here now. He won't have enough time to make another run as Fake Toy will take this. Extreme precision showed by Fake Toy, and all about discovery, right? It's not just about going fast. It's not just about executing. It's about finding the best routes. That's why this tournament is very cool and very unique, because it is not just about playing it the best. It's about finding and routing on the fly here in 10 minutes, which flew by for me. But that will do it. Fake Toy is moving on to the round of 32. And if he keeps playing like this, I think he'll go much farther than that. So thanks so much, my friends, for joining me. I'm going to be here for the next match as well. And I will see you. Thanks for watching, and let's keep this tournament hype. People of Earth, how are you? We're back here in the booth here. I'm joined this time with my girl, PC Fangirl. How you feeling, PC?
I'm feeling good. How are you feeling, Alt?
Pretty good. Got a little taste of the game and last match. 10 minutes goes by super fast. This game is all about speed, so that is definitely a good thing. And as you can see, we are going to Sector 3, my friends, for the first time in this tournament, so let's get hyped for that.
Yeah, I'm very hyped to see a new sector. From what I've seen of the game so far, there's always something different, always something new to learn, and it is really impressive to watch these runners go through this game and almost like an AI system find and optimize these runs.
That's a good way to put it for sure. And we're going to watch here coming up, Faden versus Mufat, another top 64 match, trying to get to the top 32. We're going to have 10 minutes on the clock, and who can beat the level the fastest? That is the puzzle they're trying to solve. So it should be pretty cool. But PC Fangirl, I got a question for you. When does this game come out? I've heard different things. 2024, 2030, I don't even know. When's this game come out?
You would think that with this game, the way it's playing and how cool it looks and futuristic, that you would think it's way far off in the future. But no, my friend, it is coming out tomorrow, and you can in fact go onto Steam, put it on your wish list, and download it and be playing this very game tomorrow. And let me tell you, from what I've played of it, it's a blast. You should really try it out and play it. It's so much fun.
Yep, definitely a lot of fun. But my favorite thing is just the atmosphere of the game. And I don't know if you guys saw the new trailer they just dropped. That's awesome. Just the music itself is like, I was like, oh my god, the music's incredible. So go check out the trailer for it, even if you haven't decided on buying it. Check out the trailer. I got a cartoon aspect of it. It's really cool, anime style. It's really cool. So we are off and running here on this Sector 3-1 level. So let's enjoy it.
Okay, looks like Mufat's going up over the top. Getting some good precision diagonal dagger throws.
Piece of cake.
This looks like a very quick level. Faden just finished it, so it looks like we don't have a lot of distance to cover here with a time of 14-something. They both got a time of less than 16 seconds. We're going to see here. This looks to be a quick one.
It's interesting with it starting at 14 seconds. I believe that was the first run both of the runners went through completely. Let's see how far down they can get this optimized. I'm going to shoot for... My guess will be 8 seconds. What do you think?
Okay. I'll go the over. I'll go say above 8 seconds for sure.
Okay.
We'll see though. This level looks to me like we got a top route and a bottom route. It seems like some levels have way more than that. This level seems to be a top or bottom kind of action here, but I could be wrong about that. Of course, I've seen as much as these runners because this is the first time they're seeing it, the first time I've seen it, everything. So this seems to be like that. We're gonna see. Doesn't seem to be that many obstacles either in terms of the level itself, right? It's like in terms of spikes, everything like that. It looks very kind of clean.
Yeah, I agree. It looks like it's not so much obstacle-ridden, but more platform-based, which some of these levels you see, like you were saying, a lot more enemy spikes, where you have to navigate through tight areas, but this looks more like you're going to have to navigate using precision jumps to time your jumps onto these floating platforms.
Yep, yeah. I see Faden there saying, like, this route, I'm required to go left. That's probably not the best idea, so he got out of that route here. Seems to be a little bit more to this level than I first thought in the middle section here. Mufat getting another time here. Let's see what this is.
13-something.
13-something, yeah, I did see that as well. Let's see if we get the official time on that. And yeah, as this 10 minutes goes by, we'll see if we use more and more of that teleportation dagger, I should say, where you throw the dagger into the wall and you can teleport there in very short order. So that is definitely the preferred mode of transportation for most of these levels.
Yeah, I think the coolest part about this game is it's like taking the two things that I love best about Celeste and Mario Maker and meshing them together, and you've got this awesome speedrun built game, and it's just really fun to watch.
Well, Mufat here getting a time of 13-something himself. He looks to take like just the above everything route, and that looks to be what Faden is all kind of doing until the very end there. Mufat just taking this kind of above everything route at the moment.
With these short little sections that we have of the gameplay, we do have to wonder if it's better to try a bunch of different routes, or if you should just stick with the one that you find first and optimize it. So it's a nice little dance that these runners are having to go through.
10 minutes is so tough, yeah. Mufat trying to go the middle route, the seemingly middle route there, and decided against it. Let's see how long they... Because kind of the top route, they kind of understand now, right? This is what I have to do to go this kind of above everything route. It looks like Mufat was doing a little bit of exploration, but now he's back to just running the top route above everything. Faden seemingly doing the same, I believe.
Yeah, Faden employing a lot of the slide mechanic. That was pretty quick. Let's see what he got. 11:33.
There we go.
Blazing.
Game Guy SD just got bopped in the chat with his guess. Gotta see how many more guesses we get in chat here as we go along. We gotta cut off the guesses though in like 5 minutes, I think. That's only fair. Let's see what Mufat's doing here. Faden again is doing that top. Oh, venturing into the middle here. Oh, that was an accident. He's gonna restart it here. Mufat going that top route again.
Mufat not quite getting over that one section, having to restart. Getting set up once again. Oh, same section. Mufat's getting a little bit of trouble there.
I won't give up.
Yeah, I think we're far away from optimizing it so far. They're still kind of feeling this one out, it looks like. I think we could see a lot more dagger throws in this one.
Ooh, Mufat slipping right between those platforms at the last second.
Yeah, others are basically doing the same exact route. I mean, they get to the top as fast as possible, then fall down to those 2 platforms right before the end, and just jump to the ending with a little simple ending here. But there it is. Oh, Faden find a nice dagger throw there to the goal form. That will save time, but it's a tough throw. 10 seconds on the board there for Faden. There it is. 10-second barrier has been broken.
That's going to be a tough hill to climb.
That last dagger throw was pretty hype. See if you can pull that off again.
Yeah, Mufat's got to get a move on. We're looking at close to 3-second difference. And as we can tell from watching this tournament, that we're going down to, tenths of a second between these runners on some of these.
Oh yeah, and we're already less than 4 minutes here, so gotta get the move on here. Faden dropping that 10-second flag down on the ground. Mufat's gotta get better than that. Not gonna do it with this run, but it might be good. Better than his current time, possibly. See, Faden trying that last dagger throw. It's tough. It's such a small little platform there to throw it on. Mufat looks to be moving here. Keep your eyes on Mufat's side here. Let's see. Just a dagger throw there. Still could have a good time. I bet this beats his current time. I don't think it's going to be less than 10 seconds. But let's see. Mufat is coming in with up. 11:40. So he did improve his time. But still Faden is standing tall here at the moment.
Yeah, but I think that's exactly what Mufat needed. He needed a PB.
Yep. Gotta be feeling good right now. Of course, you can see, that's the thing. You so instantly know how you're doing this one because the leaderboard's right there. Faden going above the previous method where he did that hype dagger throw in, getting it not as good time there. Maybe he's saying that's just not consistent enough. That throw is very tough. That horizontal throw into the ending platform. 2:25 left on the clock. Getting more consistent now, I think it's safe to say. Both players.
I think both these players have committed to their respective routes.
Hype dagger throw in there. Faden gets it. Let's see what this time is. I didn't see the beginning of the level, to be fair. I'm not sure if it's going to be better or not. Still not as good as his current. It's 10:72.
Almost had it.
But it seems to be pretty optimized on Faden's side. He seems to have cracked the code. Mufat's still working out some of the kinks. Having to
We do
reset.
not have a lot of time left for kinkiness. Only 1:30 left on the clock now. Going to be close. Can Mufat pull out an epic run here to snipe this thing? So now, yeah, definitely, like you said, these runners are solidified in their route. It's all about just trying to get the best run possible. Hype, dagger throw, not happening for Faden on that instance. Mufat seemingly not even trying for that dagger throw. And that's part of the game, is finding those kind of, methods, ways to use that dagger to your advantage. And is that the difference right now? That hype dagger throw at the ending block?
I think
Faden
so.
tried it again, missed it.
I hate dying.
Less than a minute, folks.
And like you said, it's to the best of the runner's abilities, so you don't want to try something that you're not going to get consistently.
Mufat not going to get it done there. A bit too much lollygagging there at the end. Doesn't even look at the time. Didn't discuss. He's got almost 30 seconds left. He knows he got to hurry it up. Maybe 2 runs left in him. Maybe 3 if he pushes it. Here we go. Looking pretty good on Mufat's side here. Keep your eyes on that side. Never want to go left. That's not going to get it done. Got another run. 1 run left. Let's watch Mufat's side. The last run for Mufat. Can he overtake Faden? This epic snipe. Looks like he'll have just enough time if he finishes this run. Can't have any mistakes.
Nope.
And there it is. Our first
There
mistake.
it is.
Faden announced the winner here, going into the top 32. That shows the beauty of this game. It's 10-minute little chunk of time we got to see. I mean, it's very entertaining to watch. I mean, it's fun to call these things because we saw him work through the level, say, okay, I think the top route's probably the best. I mean, they might be able to find a better route if they have more time, but they don't. They kind of locked in the top route. Faden found that awesome little strat to throw that dagger to the goal platform, and there you go. He's the winner.
Yeah, it's so much fun to watch these players go into these levels blind and watch them figure out. And since we're all going into it blind, that we're all seeing it all fresh. So it's really an exciting game. Once again, it comes out tomorrow. So go on, head over to Steam. It's gonna be on Xbox, PlayStation, Switch too. So check it out. Coming out September 30th tomorrow. Aeon Drive.
There you go. So I'm out of here for today, but PC Fangirl is going to take you the rest of the way. Thanks so much for listening, and enjoy the game. Enjoy the rest of the tournament. Stay hype.
Welcome back. You are now watching a Aeon Drive Tournament. We have some really exciting stuff going on. I am joined in the booth with Mark99. How you doing today, Mark?
Hey, I'm doing pretty well. Excited to watch this match. Let's see. I believe the two runners are, I think it's pronounced like Faden and Fake Toy. So really going to be a good match. 30-minute match. It's going to be a round of 32. And I really enjoy these matches. I think there's a lot of time for the players to really explore the levels, and I think we've seen some really good matches here with the 30-minute rounds. We
definitely have. Will be my first one commentating a 30-minute, but I'm very excited to do it. The last couple I did with Alt were 10 minutes, and it's like you just get into it, and right as you get into the meat and potatoes, it's over. So it'll be nice to see these runners get a nice good chunk, 30 minutes, to really play around and try some different routes.
Yeah, exactly. I think the same thing. Looks like we're going to be starting on, what, Sector 3?
3-3? Looks like a new area. I have not seen this sector. We just started with 3-1 last round. So it should be interesting to see what's going on. So this game, you may say, what? I've never seen this before. Mark, can you tell me anything about this game?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a brand new game, Aeon Drive. Some people say Aeon Drive. It is a speedrunning platformer, kind of. The whole purpose of this competition, at least, is to get through the level as fast as possible using your teleportation dagger. You have dashes, you have like an energy sword. I think it's got an exact name. I can't remember at the top of my head, but it's very fun. It's very fast paced. And when it comes out, it's going to have more casual modes as well. It's going to have like multiplayer, single player, that kind of stuff. So I'm really excited. It's really fun to watch. We were seeing the two runners right now trying to figure out their way through the level. They're going to have to figure out how they're going to get through the level the fastest way, and then find out all the tech they're going to do to optimize their movement.
Yeah, Faden expertly employing that we were in them last round do. Making it in. See what this time's going to be for Faden. 11:94. About a half a second behind Fake Toy.
Yeah, not too bad, especially for the earlier ones.
Mm-hmm.
They're still kind of just figuring it out. They definitely have a good amount of time to work with here. And it looks like both of them are liking to go up. Oh, there we go. Faden kind of scoping out the bottom area.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is an interesting level. You've got more of a bullet spam mechanic going on in this level that we haven't really seen a whole lot before.
Yeah, it's very true. Yeah, I haven't seen too many of these little cannon things.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it can make it very interesting. We've been used to seeing a lot of moving, like what are they, like flame walls and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
You touch them, you instantly die. This is going to be a little different because it's, they're just singular like bullets, and you can dash under them like you see at the very beginning here. You can also hit them with your sword, and I think that's it. I think if they're low enough to the ground and you dash into them, you still die. But you can hit them with your sword. You don't have to avoid them.
It's all going to be about cycles. Knowing when to jump and when to fall through these cannons. Like we were seeing with the fire bars earlier. You may get to a certain, but get stuck because you missed the cycle.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Fake Toy just found out a pretty good ending there. He shot his teleportation dagger, and I think it went through the bullets and then like killed the bullets. I didn't know that could happen.
Oh.
So that was pretty good.
Yeah, there's so much about this game. There's so many layers to this game, and it's got some interesting lore behind it too. This is all set in New Barcelona, and really, really mechanics going on here.
Yes!
I really love seeing Fake Toy throw the dagger and do some diagonal dagger throws. Oh, actually taking out one of those cannons, saying, no thank you. Get out of my way.
Yeah, throwing your teleportation dagger does kill enemies. I don't know if that was on purpose or if he was just maybe did it too soon. I didn't quite realize those were hanging down. Maybe
I didn't either.
Yeah, he wants to like kind of jump and hit that one platform there. That's going to be tricky. It's going to be some tight timing. Yeah, these runners definitely have a lot on their plate with, like you said earlier, a bunch of cycles with the bullets and enemies, and it doesn't look like they have big platforms to latch onto. There's a lot of these small ones here that make these more open areas a little hard to maneuver. There's not too much going on.
Hate dying.
And I really like watching them do their precision jumps through that one gap that Fake Toy's kind of around it when he goes back to the left a little bit. But it's interesting to watch them navigate through this.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Yeah, this one's really hard. It really is. I'm trying to figure it out myself.
Yeah, it seems very pixel perfect,
Give up.
Celeste-esque. Where you're not going to fit through those gaps unless you get right at the right time.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah, I'm interested to see like towards the end when they really start to optimize what they want to do. We're going to see some pretty crazy throws, I imagine.
At the 25-minute mark, still a lot of time left in this matchup.
Oh yeah, and that's such a good thing about the 30-minute ones. I think,
Proposal.
especially with these later ones that are like really difficult. It makes it so they're not rushed for time to just figure something out and go for it. You know, they can take their time. I think you've seen both runners kind of pause at the end, maybe try to figure something out where they want to throw the daggers. I haven't seen either one of them really latch on to something definite or solid. Big Toy here, I mean, he definitely is trying to maneuver around these cannons and throw towards that platform. But it seems like a really tight throw. Like, yeah, you can see it there. There it is. And then, yeah, wants to latch onto that next one right after.
Aiden missing that gap.
What happened?
But I do love watching Faden really employed using that slide mechanic. They really, really know how to use it, know how to shave seconds off.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It can be really useful. I think we saw in the last match, one player implemented a slide and the other one didn't. They just threw their dagger, and the slide, because how the movement worked out, it was a decent bit faster. You could definitely tell it was faster. So yeah, not all about the teleport dagger. Definitely have to throw in some slides, chain the movements, get some good angles.
Almost had it.
It really reminds me a lot of when you watch people try to optimize a ninja. And that's what I love about this game. 'Cause ninjas are probably my favorite part of Mario Maker. Seeing these people optimize and go through and play the same thing over and over and over and just shave. Finding new ways to do things. Fascinating.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's what I really enjoy about the speedrunning culture in general is that optimization, the discovery, the exploration, and stuff like that. Really cool stuff.
I hate dying.
All right, looks like Fig Toy has figured out this beginning here. Baden's still kind of messing around with it. Fig Toy definitely more so worried about the ending.
And they seem to be taking pretty similar routes going through that middle section.
Yeah, it seems like it's neither one has really explored the bottom side of the map.
Right.
Not sure exactly what's down there. I don't think we've even seen it.
Yeah, the only thing I've seen of it so far is a fire bar, but I don't know if these runners think, you know, I can mess with that, waiting for a fire bar, or if they just want to go with the the known instead of the unknown since they haven't gone through it.
Yeah, exactly. That was a really nice time from Fake Toy there. Bumping up his time ever so slightly, or bumping it down. Maybe. Oh, look! What a what a little glitch from Fake Toy. Was able to just stand in that corner. I'm not sure if anyone else saw that. This little L-shaped corner here. He threw it too low, but it ended up like kind of clipping into the wall.
Victor getting that time down to 874.
Proposal. Try not to die.
Faden's still at 10-1-2.
Yeah, Faden
Still.
definitely having a bit more trouble.
Still a lot of time left though. Got 2/3 of the
absolutely,
match.
Yeah, it could be like these two runners are optimizing this top route, and then one of them tries to go down below and finds it's a bit faster.
Very true.
I think we saw that yesterday. Was one runner explored the bottom half first, ended up being a bit faster. Second runner was then too far behind to really catch up. So a lot of exploration is really important, especially with these 30-minute ones.
Well, that was a different move by Fake Toy. Pulling that dagger throw. Oh, Faden taking a quick death.
Fake for taking out all the turrets. This is a tight area that Fake Toy's in right now. This little ending section.
Mm-hmm.
It starts with like that small throw through the opening, then you have to fall down and have a nice tight throw right here. And he's also has to be like right on the ledge for the dagger to reach. Doesn't reach all the way across the screen.
Game guy in the chat asking, he wonders if they can go above. We haven't really seen a whole lot else of this level besides what the routes that the runners have taken. So they very well may be able to go up top.
Yeah, very potentially. I do see there's some spikes on the side there, but they might not go all the way up. It could just be you go around them to slow you down just a bit. I know a couple levels had that.
Cool thing about this is the background and the foreground, you kind of get mixed, like a depth of field kind of thing going on.
Oh yeah, the little
Yeah,
like
really.
makes you feel like you're actually running through like a rooftop or something in the city.
Yeah, yeah. It's a really pretty game.
Yeah, I really enjoy games that do that well, have nice art styles like this.
Mm-hmm.
And the controls are very smooth as well.
Yes, they are. Controls are great.
Feels really nice.
Music's great. Especially in a game like this where you're going to be spending a lot of time grinding and getting your time down. It's important to have something in your ear that you don't want to rip your headphones out when you're...
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, all of them that I've heard have been absolute bops.
I won't give up.
Yeah, we've been playing the game music for like the in-between spots for the timer. So yeah, it's a really good soundtrack. It's really awesome. Devs have definitely done a really good job with it. Ooh, Faden had some interesting movement there. I wonder if he meant to do that. But yeah, that throw right there from Faden, that's kind of what I was talking about earlier. Perhaps you can get like an angled throw up there or something. I think we're going to see some pretty weird ones later on. But that looked really fast versus just kind of like hopping up there and having the wall jump.
Yeah, I agree.
Proposal. Try not to die. Please, thanks for the advice.
Victor getting a little hung up.
Yeah, Fake Toy just can't really get a super clean section right here.
But what
I think
love
he's got it figured out.
Right. What I love that I see Fake Toy employing a lot is when the run doesn't work out, instead of restarting immediately, he takes the time to kind of do a little bit of reconnaissance for the last part of the levels, thinking, you know, where can I optimize this? What is here? What comes next? And almost memorizing this level.
Yeah, precisely. And I think that's a big key to what these runners have to do to really like know what they're doing is optimal, right? Because they don't know what the other person is doing. They're not like watching the stream or anything.
Right.
So whatever they're doing, they just have to imagine it's the fastest, or spend time testing out a bunch of different stuff. Because unlike normal speed games where you can kind of look at other people's runs and gameplays, this is all off the cuff.
Right.
They don't have any baseline information. Neither runner has seen this level, period. We haven't seen this level, period.
Right.
So there's a lot that they have to do. A lot that's going on.
Yeah, the only thing
Figure
that
out.
these
Ooh, nice ending there from Faden.
Piece of cake.
It's gonna be
the
a
time.
good one. What was that time? 9. I couldn't quite see.
Almost had it.
I thought it said 10:41, but
Oh, perhaps.
Didn't even break a sweat.
Let's see here. Big toy. Yeah, just trying to optimize this section here. There's so many tight throws in this level. So many tight throws.
very tight throws. And having to juggle that along with the cycles. Ooh, yeah. I wonder what it would look like if they did go low instead of trying to go through that middle section. But it seems like both these runners halfway through are committed to this route.
Yeah, it seems like both of them are pretty committed. The bottom section does look like there's some extra turrets and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe Brunnish is deciding not to even deal with all of that if what they're doing now is already pretty difficult.
I hate dying.
A lot of things that could be going on here. But both runners definitely kind of figuring out this beginning section here. Getting through it's a lot more consistency than previously.
Mm-hmm. Big Toy just missing that gap. Trying again. Not gonna make it.
You can see that small optimization there from Fake Toy. He lands on that little platform and dashes, and then jumps right after he dashes to get like an extra little jump off. You go a little higher and a little farther, but it's not a super easy mechanic. I don't know if you saw right there when the player's leg kind of goes out, that's when they're sliding, and you can just ever so slightly see it go out and then immediately jump. But both runners finishing. I don't think either one of them beat their best.
Not yet. Faden did have a pretty zippy time going on there. It looks like he's got this beginning section pretty optimized. As I say that, commentator's curse coming in hard. But he's employing the diagonal dagger throw really well, and almost like Spider-Man, just zipping off those rooftops.
Proposal. Try not to die.
Yeah, Faden definitely doing a really good job of doing those diagonal throws. Big Toy kind of just taking it a bit easier and doing ones that are straightforward. Kind of working out for him. He's able to finish some runs, get some good times.
Yeah, 8.52, consistent good times, just 1/10 of a second off of his PB.
Yeah, he is kind of getting caught on all of these little ledges and corners, like throwing the dagger straight like that. So he's having to do like these extra wall jumps that are definitely eating into his time, but not 100% sure what he could do to avoid that.
Yeah, 12 minutes and change left in this matchup. Faden getting hung up on that platform.
What happened?
Fake Toy
Pretty
finishing
nice
up.
ending.
Yeah, finishing up that run. See the. Didn't even get to see the time.
Nah, just on to the next one.
Yeah,
he,
on to the
he
next
definitely
one.
had to slow down. Let's see. I do like how they killed like that turret at the very beginning with the slide. And just like under the bullet and then slide. Oh, Faden actually making it there too early. Just slid right into one of the bullets.
Oh, yep. Getting there, I think,
Almost had it.
just a hair too late. Getting hit by that bullet.
Do the cannons start firing when you see them? Or are they off screen? No, okay, they fire off screen.
It's like they're on a global timer.
Yeah. Yeah, they are cycle based. Faden's sorting all of them. That wasn't a bad time though. I think he's maybe seeing that you can just sword the first one and he could probably just dash and avoid the other ones.
Yeah, I mean, he's only a tenth of a second off of his PB.
Yeah, definitely has to figure something out though. Needs to be finishing some more runs on some more pacers. That section right there has definitely been giving him some issues. Not sure what to do about those platforms.
Yeah, like you were saying earlier, there's a lot of corners in this level, and there's a lot of places where you can get hung up. Oh, Fake Toy getting clipped into that L spot once again.
Yeah, it does seem like Fake Toy's decision just to kind of go straight at it is working out for him. I do think he's losing a little time to Faden though, getting to the ending, but Faden just hasn't quite figured out the ending yet. I haven't seen him really complete a solid like run all the way through with the ending. So I think once he does that, he might have a better time than Fake Toy.
Yeah, Fake Toy may have gotten a good time early on, but we may be seeing Faden be a little bit of a late bloomer here.
Yeah, and with this real-time attack scenario we've got going on, he's got until like the final second to get a run in, so it's not going to be over until it's over, and he's got 9 minutes left, and that's plenty of time for this game.
Proposal. Try not to die. Jeez, thanks for the advice.
So yeah, I wonder what's going through Fake Toy's mind, because he knows he's got the better time by at least a second. Wonder if he like is wondering if his route is just the best and he wants to optimize it. But looking at the bottom there, first look that we've actually really seen, it does seem to be a straight shot with just a cannon in the way.
Yeah, that's a good point. The only thing that these runners are able to see are the opponent's game. So I'm wondering what is going through their head, especially Fake Toy, getting that PB so early and not really chipping a whole lot off of it in the last maybe 5 minutes or so. Faden is due to have another optimization. Just see if he can put all the pieces together.
Yeah, and we see, okay, Fake Toy finally looking at the bottom here. It does look like to be a pretty straight shot versus like the little corridors and angles they were going for. Maybe something to be had here.
Yeah. Just under 8 minutes left in this matchup. We could have a route abandonment late in the game.
Yeah, and going back to the one up top, I'm not sure. It's tricky. The ending on the top route is definitely seems to be harder. Once you just have to figure out the bullet timings and stuff for the bottom ones. But yeah, I really wish the runners kind of explored that a bit more.
Right. And knowing Faden's playstyle, it may be an advantage to go that bottom route, knowing that they like to slide a lot, and with it being just a straight shot, they may really shave a lot of time.
Yeah, precisely. And then Fake Toy did just get a new PB time, 8:01.
8:01.
So almost 7 second.
Yep.
Almost breaking that 7 second barrier. Yeah, you can definitely tell Faden is like figuring some stuff out, but he's hasn't quite been able to execute what he wants.
It's
I
a
do like the
jigsaw.
little angle throws and stuff that he's doing in the beginning.
Mhm.
And I think, I mean, I really do think that's really good. He just has to get this. And that's a good time right there.
Mhm,
That's
that's
going to be
gotta
like a 9.4.
Oh my gosh, Markinator coming in hot with the close prediction. 0.02 of a second off. It's amazing.
Yeah, really good time there from Faden. 9.38. I mean, I kind of cheated. I looked at the timer at the top right. It was a little bit of cheating going on, but
Don't touch.
all right. So okay, maybe he's can step it up here. He did just see that he had that fake toy bumped up his PB by about 0.4 seconds. So
Won't give up.
wonder if he thinks he can shave off an extra second and a half.
Yeah, there's plenty of time left. 5.5 minutes left in this matchup. Can Faden do it? He's got all the puzzle pieces. He just has to put the puzzle together. I think he's got a good idea with his route.
Yeah, those bullets there. He does get there faster than Fake Toy does, so there's something here for him. It is going to come down to the end.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it starts off strong, but Faden just kind of loses that momentum.
Yeah, Fake Toy figured out that you can throw the dagger at that top platform, and that's what he's been going for. Just like that, you saw it there. Faden more so just going straight through. It doesn't seem to be working out. The dagger seems to be just ever so short to not reach the end after you kind of like dash through the cannons there. So he's just kind of stuck in a weird spot.
Yeah, you can only...
Yeah, he dashes there. Yeah, the enemy's there. It's not really worth daggering to that bottom platform.
You can only go as far as your dagger can go.
Yeah, if you could dash, get that small jump with that dagger throw, that could be pretty fast.
Fake toy. Ooh, that would have been a quick one.
Yeah, yeah, he knows it too.
Yep, not happy with it at all. Four minutes
Right,
left
3
in this
minutes,
matchup.
40 seconds. To it this. Yeah, I need Faden to clear one like really good one with a nice ending. That's what I want for Faden this round. Yeah, it just seems so hard. This section here is so tight in the beginning.
Yeah, and if you don't get that dagger throw, you don't really get to practice the rest of the level. But he's got this beginning part.
Yeah, precisely.
That small little gap is what's holding him back.
Yeah, I just haven't been able to practice the ending enough. And it is a hard one, like you just saw there. He couldn't like jump at all. The bullets were right in front of him. It is a tricky ending. So I'm really excited to see more levels like this. We were talking about how hard like the sector 1 and 2 levels were, and the later ones, like looking at this especially, seem like they're going to be real tricky. They're going to see some really nice.
Yeah, and they're always throwing new mechanics at you, which I really appreciate.
Yeah, exactly. Some nice new mechanics, some good challenges for the runners. So it's going to be great. And when the game launches on September 30th, it's going to have over 100 levels, we've been told. So I'm not sure how many levels are in each sector. I think like 9, if I'm not mistaken, maybe more. But yeah, there's going to be like 10 sectors. We're only on sector 3, and it's already looking like this. So I'm ecstatic to find out what's Sector 10 and stuff has to hold.
Yeah, what I've played of it so far, it's a blast. It's something that if you like the kind of 80s aesthetic, great music, really pretty art style, and kind of the Celeste-ish ninja speedrun
Try not to die.
kind of gameplay, this is a perfect game for you. It's a whole lot of fun. So check it out. It comes out tomorrow. It's on Steam. It's on Switch, Xbox, PlayStation. Check it out.
Absolutely. It's going to be a really good time. And as we're seeing the leaderboards at the end, that's going to be a global leaderboard with your friends, all that stuff. So it's going to be competitive. It's going to be some casual aspects to it. And I think there's going to be some extra stuff. Electric yesterday was talking about, just the speed runs of it. Maybe some 100% stuff, some sector speed runs, all that good stuff. So it's going to be a lot going on. Definitely join the fun.
What happened?
Just over 40 seconds left in this matchup. Faden's gonna do it. Faden's gotta do it now.
That's right. 30 seconds left. Has enough time for a couple more attempts. Yeah, Fake Toy looks like he knows that his time's a bit maxed out at the moment. He's just kind of playing around. But making it to the end, Faden, all right, has like, this is his last attempt. I don't think he can finish the second one.
This is gonna
And
have to be
that's
it.
gonna do it.
Gonna be it.
Almost had it.
So really good job from Faden. He held in there. He had the ideas. This was just a really tough map. It honestly was. That throw right there just made it to where you didn't really get to practice the ending. And so just some rough times here for both runners, honestly. But Fake Toy finding out kind of a more straight-on routes. I was able to get to the ending more, figured out the ending pretty well. So really nice job from him. He played this better than he needed to, winning by over a second. So GG's to Fake Toy.
So Fake Toy advances to our top 16, and I'm gonna be sticking around in the booth for a few more matchups. Markinator, are you gonna be sticking here with me?
Yep. Going to be here for the last couple matches. Yeah, we got 2 more. The next one, going to be a 10-minute one. So
Yeah, so stick around, guys. If you like what you're watching, this is Aeon Drive coming out tomorrow. Check it out, and check out the trailer too. It's really cool. So we'll see you in a few.
See you there.
Welcome back to our Aeon Drive Tournament here on GSA. We have a couple of really cool runners in the booth today. We have Maria and Satania. So it looks like we're going to level 3-5. I am joined in the booth with Markinator99. How are you doing, Markinator?
Hey, I'm doing pretty well. Yeah, just coming off of that last match, which was really nice. Going back to round of 64 here to kind of finish up the final block that we have. And yeah, 3-5, brand new level. Don't know what it's going to be. Hopefully it's a bit easier than the last one we saw from Sector 3, because they've only got 10 minutes here, with it being a round of 64. So they're going to have to really not do too much exploration, kind of just look through the map, see what they think, and then do their best to optimize.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to have to stick to their guns with whatever route they take. They're going to have to, whether it's the best one or not, they're going to have to optimize what they pick.
Yeah, and we've really seen that from the 10-minute rounds, I think. Yeah, most runners don't get a 100% optimal run that they want, especially from the levels we didn't see.
Right.
And so it's been whoever's been able to adapt the best, which has been really cool for, like a beginning round type of skill.
And for anybody that is just now joining us, this is a new game called Aeon Drive. It is out tomorrow. So you can go onto Steam and wishlist it and wait for it to come out. It looks like it's going to be a ton of fun, so be sure to check it out.
Yeah, going to be really great. Looks like the runners have started up here. Yeah, not like the one we saw last time with the whole bunch of guns and cycles and stuff. A little better. We see on Maria's screen here, there is a bit of a tight throw there. Looks like you could save some good time. But okay, well, no, that wasn't the ending. Where's the ending?
I haven't seen the ending yet.
Yeah, that was just a little warp thing. Pretty big level.
Yeah, and I don't know if I've seen this kind of bounce pad mechanic going on that we're seeing here.
It's been in like very few levels, but yeah, I have seen it like at least once or twice. They've got some weird physics to them. Oh, like right there, like you saw Marie was kind of headed down, but when she got shot right, it kind of kept the momentum. So there it goes. Had to get over there a bit quicker. Yeah, really cool level.
Yeah, Maria taking that gap. Getting through there, getting past that sentinel. Finding the end. Getting the first time. No, it was a lie, because Satania has gotten a time.
Yeah, 1283 from Satania. I was kind of watching Maria there, and the top route seems to be fairly safe, but it doesn't seem to be like it's extremely fast, because you're definitely reliant more on those warps, especially at the end. You saw she had to like warp up and then go all the way around, versus the bottom had a turret there, but maybe you could do something there, make it a bit faster.
Yeah, there's a lot of different possibilities. Fortunately, our runners aren't going to be able to explore a whole lot of these possibilities, because we're almost a quarter of the way through this first matchup here.
Yep.
So we've 8 minutes left on the clock.
Absolutely. Satania seems to be kind of exploring with the lower routes. Oh, there we go. Saw it there from Marie too.
I hate dying.
But yeah, Satania a bit laggy. I think we have to capture his gameplay on Discord, so it is what it is.
Does seem like Satania has found a quicker route, putting up quite a bit of a lead, about a 4-second lead on Maria. We'll just have to see if Maria can.
Yeah, that did look like it bumped up her time a little bit there. What did she get? She get a 15?
15.43, I believe it was.
Nice. Yeah, okay, there we go. Satania doing a fast fall there. I kind of forget that that's a mechanic. You don't see it very often. But yeah, there's definitely enough space there to where you can't really throw the dagger straight down because it's too far. So a fast fall, I guess you'd call it, probably be a good option.
Maria throwing that dagger and not quite making contact with the wall. one thing about these daggers is they do have a limited distance when you throw them, so you do have to kind of eyeball when you should throw them if you're gonna make contact with that wall to teleport your way through.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah, you have to make sure you're in the right position, and just because you see the wall in front of you doesn't mean you can attach to it. So
Right.
it's some really precise timing these runners are going through, and Maria having some trouble with those turrets there. That looks like a rough section.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't seem to be real slow. It seems to be kind of straightforward, and
Try not to
I think as we've seen in the past, the routes that have less corridors and you can kind of just warp, up and down straight forward seem to be the better routes to take, especially for these 10-minute rounds. Half the time is almost already gone. It's 5:45 on the clock. Yeah, both runners looking at this bottom section going, maybe this is a bit faster, but
Yep. Yeah, Satania working his way through it. Looking like this one's gonna be a quick one. Oh, got a little hung up there.
and not going to be his best time, but he does have a really good time.
What happened?
Maria's still looking for that good run. Definitely still has time to get it. Just kind of abandoned the first route, so didn't have time to optimize too much. Yeah, and they're just kind of running, jumping straight through it. I think once it gets figured out more, we'll see more dagger throws kind of diagonally up and down.
Yeah, looked
There
like
we
Maria
go.
was gonna try to go through that fire bar with a dagger, but dagger went through and ended up getting scorched on the heel.
Yeah, some hitboxes you need to be aware of for sure when those fireballs are kind of at the edge. If your character model touches it at all, it's gonna count. So some really precise modeling here that we've seen, and you have to watch out for it. So yeah, running off the edge, kind of like that was attempted. You're gonna have to do a little jump, make some extra movement.
Ooh.
Ooh, Centennial just trying to go up top.
Yeah, I just saw that. You'd be able to shave off a little bit of time.
Yeah,
4
just
minutes left in this matchup.
avoiding everything in his path. We're just gonna go above. Yeah, this is a tricky map. This is a pretty tricky map.
Not
It's a
quite
lot
as
of
many.
options.
Yeah, not quite as many nooks and crannies like the last, but it still definitely has its fair share of hang-ups.
Absolutely. Some tricky sections with these fireballs and turret guns.
Mm-hmm.
I hate dying.
It's interesting to me that it's like in the beginning of this level, there's a lot of those bounce pad things, and by the end of it, they get a little more sparse.
Yeah, it's definitely a more open area in the beginning. Yeah. Ooh, that looked like a pretty good one for Maria there. Hopefully we can see a really solid one for too long. Yeah, already down to 10:53 for Satania.
Yeah,
Maria's still looking
Satania's
for a good one.
yeah, Satania's got quite a bit of a lead on Maria.
Yeah, you just need one though. You just need one good one.
That's true. You only need one. But she's gonna need to get it quick because there's only 2.5 minutes left in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely just kind of jumping through that first section. That's a weird timing.
Mm-hmm.
It really is.
Ooh, that's gonna be a good one for Satania.
Oh, still running into the bullet there. I thought she was gonna make it through.
Let's see. Maria's gonna. Ooh, yep. Running into that bullet once again.
Try not to die. Please, thanks for the advice.
Gonna need that run coming.
Yeah, it looks like there needs to be some dagger throws implemented in here because Maria's just kind of like running straight through and jumping. if there could be some extra dagger throws, like maybe up right there to avoid that enemy, maybe one onto the platform instead of trying to jump through the bullet. Some more stuff like that I think would be pretty useful in a section like this. Because yeah, you just get caught right in those patterns there.
Yeah.
Really rough stuff. These runners. This is like still one of the earlier. What am I trying to say? Round of 64. It's the round of 64. So these runners really haven't had too much competition experience. We did have like 4,000 people enter the tournament entirely. But as far as, being streamed and being on the spot, these runners, this is the first time we're really seeing them.
Yeah, and
they're
like
given
Mark
a hard map.
Yeah. Like Mark was saying, we did have 4,000 people enter into this tournament. And these are the top 64. So these are the best of who entered. And being put on the spot, given a brand new map, doing it blind. It's really amazing what these runners can do.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially with a map this hard. This is one of the hardest ones we have seen. So
yeah, and we're all figuring out the game, brand new game.
Absolutely. And that might just do it. I don't think there's enough time to finish another one unless it's perfect.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be like now. Let's see if Maria can pull it out. Doesn't look like it's gonna happen. Nope.
Yep. Not quite able to do it. It's a really rough one. That was a long map too. Not even a sub 10. We're used to seeing like 6 seconds, 7 seconds. But 15 seconds, 10 seconds. We're just not quite getting a good one. There's definitely some good ideas, some nice attempts, but couldn't quite commit to something that was real solid. It's just there's too many tricks.
Yeah. They had the pieces, and just putting them all together, it just didn't happen. But still a great attempt for both runners. Satania is going to walk away with that one with a time of 10:53. So stick around. We have a couple more matchups coming up. So yeah, we'll see you in a couple.
right, welcome back everyone to Aeon Dash, whatever you want to say. We are in our last round of 32 match. Just finished our last round of 16 with Satania being the winner. Going to be seeing him here against Aurora Dash. And Satania, we didn't get to see too much. He had a really rough level, only had 10 minutes. So I'm really excited to see what he has to do with this 30-minute level, round of 2. And I see a lot more optimizations, a lot of more explorations. And with that, I am in commentator's booth with PC Fangirl. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you doing, Mark?
Yeah, not too bad. Like I said, just excited for this 30-minute round, see more of Satania.
Yeah, Satania really had some awesome gameplay in those past 10 minutes of the match we just saw. So I'm excited to see what Satania can do with 30 minutes. We're going into level 3-8, so it's a new level for everybody. And we're going to be learning this on the fly with everybody.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah, looking like we're going to be in Sector 3-8. Sector 3 level is looking to be really hard. I haven't seen Aurora Dash. Obviously made it past round 64, made it into the tournament, so interesting to see what they have to in store for us as well.
And we're off. Satania taking a bottom route, doing a little reconnaissance. Not liking it, going back.
Yeah, good to see that magical hot dog there, right at their bottom. I don't know if there's one on every map, but I've seen a few of them on some of the maps. And like we were talking about on the last match, when this game comes out tomorrow, I think a lot of speedrunners, after they get the hang of it, will be doing like 100% of sectors and maybe the game itself. But yeah, there's a lot of little collectibles in this game that you can play casually, or maybe speedrun competitively, whatever you want to do. So I'm excited for all that kind of stuff that's coming up for this game.
Yeah, I am too. There are lots of little knickknacks that you can grab. I know there's a jewel in every level, and then like you just saw on the map, magical hot dog. So there's a bunch of different variations. There's the jewel right there on Aurora Dash's side. But yeah, there's something for everybody. If you're a casual gamer, you can go and you can take your time, collect those trinkets. If you're a hardcore speedrunner, you can, do your darndest to get the best time out there.
Yeah, exactly. And this game is going to come out with a leaderboard for every level and stuff like that. So direct competition, a little bit of something for everyone. Really nice. Okay, Aurora Dash, kind of figuring out that little section. Looks like it's going to be tough. There's some interesting enemy cycles that we're looking at.
Satania looking for a route up top, finding a whole bunch of ceiling.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Those little platforms are disappearing. I thought they were breaking the platforms, because they do have breakable platforms in this game. This is the first time I've seen the platforms like disappear and reappear.
Yeah, I was just noticing that. It looks like they are on a cycle, so a lot of different really neat mechanics to this game. It's looking like this level's more platforming based. A couple matches ago we saw a bullet type level, almost like Undertale-ish, where you're having to dodge a whole bunch of different stuff, but this is more precise jumps, precise landing, and keeping track of the cycles.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be some nice throws, some good movement involved. Oh, just like that, you saw from Satania. Got there at a time in which he could throw the dagger up, but then kind of made a mistake, and then the opportunity wasn't there anymore. So definitely cycles can make that really, really annoying, just like it happened to Satania again. Poor Satania.
Aurora Dash putting some pretty good numbers up already compared to Satania's 32nd, but Satania I don't think has actually started attempts yet. It looks like Satania's still doing a little bit of reconnaissance and trying to figure out what route is the best option.
Yeah, definitely still just trying to explore. Has a lot more time to explore this time, thankfully. Only 3.5 minutes in, 26.5 to go. And yeah, Aurora Dash looking to get like a pretty solid time. I don't think that's a bad idea, just to get something solid in the beginning. Maybe look to optimize after that.
Yeah,
Good work, Jack.
I think it is very wise to take your time and kind of get your bearings of what to expect ahead, what you can see, what you're good at, what you're not good at, and kind of pick your poison kind of thing. I do think it's very wise. Yeah. Aurora Dash doing one of those speedy drops, but landing right in the spikes.
Yeah, and we just saw Centania finishing their first one with a 15-17, their first like solid one at least.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, they're coming down below here. Oh, so is Aurora Dash. Okay, here we go. Looks like they have pretty identical movement, both finishing with 15 seconds left on their clocks. Gonna be 14 seconds something for both runners.
I won't give up.
Let's see here. Yeah, it looks like it's already a pretty close match. Both runners have similar stuff. Santana looking down here. Maybe there was something, kind of some weird things happening with that teleporter. Not a teleporter. Lift. The lift.
That would be a good, yeah. I would call it a lift. We'll go with
Is
lift.
this the only? There's one other way to get to the ending, but you have to throw it through that little crevice, right?
To me, it seems like there could be other routes that I'm not aware of, but it looks like there's a top route.
It looks like you could go down earlier there. Haven't really seen what's there yet.
Aurora Dash still shaving numbers off, 13-8.
Yeah, and then these later stages, we might just be seeing some 10 seconds something time. You know, we're at 13 right now. I don't know how many seconds there actually are to shave off of this, like we've been seeing, because these levels are becoming more complicated. They've got more cycles involved. They're bigger. So I think as we continue through this tournament and we start narrowing down the competitors, I mean, it's not just going to get harder challenge-wise, but level-wise, we're going to see, I think, a big increase as these later rounds continue.
These runners are definitely having to do some multitasking with these levels of, like you were saying, keeping track of the cycles, keeping track of the routes, the enemies, how the distance for your dagger throws. It's going to be probably a little bit longer time. I know in the first few sectors we were getting times down in 5 seconds. I would be very surprised if we saw something below 10 seconds for a game like this. But there is 23 minutes left, and
yeah, still a ton of time for them to optimize. But yeah, exactly. They're quick, short levels, pretty technical ones here in like sector 1 and stuff like that. And yeah, like 6-7 seconds we were seeing fairly consistently. But yeah, just extra complications in these later ones. It's really interesting. I enjoy it. I like watching the runners kind of figure it out and be forced to really try out new things.
No, I agree. It's fun watching them in real time learn and figure out what to do, problem solve, and it's really cool to see what actually works and what's, you know, just seems like it's faster. So
precisely.
It's definitely a fun game.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But Santana right there was like really fast, had a really nice run, but got to the end on that disappearing platform. He just caught it right as it reappeared, and like that's a lot of time you had to sit there and wait. So he's going to be looking to figure out something that he could optimize, maybe make a small, a less of a small mistake, get there ever so sooner, just like that. Boom, perfect. Santana able to get there. Yeah, just not wanting to wait at all, just trying to get to the end, breezing through everything as smoothly as you can.
Definitely breezing through that one route right as I was thinking that got hung up, but they were going through and they're stacking up some pretty good runs, getting hit by some of the cycles. A lot of time left to cut that time down.
Yeah, exactly. 21 minutes left. We're still now just seeing them kind of finish up, I think, deciding what they want to do. It seems like the routes they're going are about the fastest as we're going to see. Because it doesn't, there's not like a bunch of small technical options. It's kind of, this ending route here is going to be something they're probably just going to have to deal with.
Yeah,
I don't know what's below. I don't know what's through that little crevice.
Yeah, I would be interested to see, took the words right out of my mouth, what is actually below. If there is any kind of optimization, or if they should just stick to what they know and go from there.
Precisely.
I won't give up.
Yeah, I'd like to see what they'll do. Santana trying to figure out this beginning. I've seen him kind of mess around with some different stuff. Still kind of up in the air. Oh, that was nice. Couple quick dagger throws. Daggers are the fastest way to travel. It does seem that runners are having to throw in a bunch of different dashes and stuff because you do need targets to hit with the dagger.
Yeah, the dagger's very useful. You can throw it and get rid of enemies on your way, as well as teleport yourself across the map. Handy little mechanic.
Precisely, yeah. Basically having to reactivate in order to teleport. It's a B press to throw, B press to activate.
Thanks for the
And
advice.
getting that timing down, and along with everything else, spacing, showing some really good skill from both runners. Oh, and also distance. The dagger's not all the way across the screen, so really nice to see the runners deal with it. Roar Dash had a pretty interesting beginning there.
Yeah.
Yeah, they seem to be getting to the end a bit more.
Yeah, more consistently.
Yes. Yep.
Oh my gosh, taking a fall. Dart. Going through that middle section, opting to go the top route. Oh, I don't think this one's gonna be.
Yeah, not a bad one, but not too far off either.
Yeah.
Definitely getting that consistency going and
What happened?
getting to the end.
And you still need to make up a little bit of ground, about a second behind Aurora Dash.
Yeah, Roar Dash, they do seem to be doing different beginnings. Roar Dash is kind of going forward and then throwing down right. And Santana is kind of hitting that wall that's right in front of him. But when you throw it straight at a wall, you have to like stop at the wall. But okay, it didn't look like Santana did it that time. Kind of getting some laggy gameplay here, but yeah, we're seeing a lot of different options from both runners. Okay, Roar Dash just threw it straight there. There's still a bunch of testing out going on.
Almost
Out of time left in this matchup, 17 minutes and 45 seconds, roundabout. Looks like Satania is thinking about ditching this route and trying something else. Could be going to that low route.
Yeah, maybe trying something else. That route right there does seem to be pretty decent. There's that one enemy to complicate stuff, but it is fairly open. The open areas do seem to be fairly quick from what we've seen. Less tight corridors, less things to rub against.
Yeah, because that's what kills you in this game is when you jump and you get kind of like a wall jump going on instead of getting a clean jump. And in these open areas, you can just zip right on past through there, but when you get a lot of these corners, it can be the death of you.
Yeah, exactly. Roar Dash. Haven't seen either runner make like a really good cycle on that final vanishing platform. They seem to be having to wait. And I think as soon as one of them figures out how to make that faster cycle, we're gonna see that time be like the contending time, which may be like maybe 12 seconds, low 13, somewhere in there.
Yeah, I would say that's a pretty good time. I don't know if we'll get there. We're already at 13.85 with Aurora Dash, but yeah, actually, I take back what I just said. I think we can shave off a little bit of time. I'm gonna say we'll get down to the 11s. That's my
Perhaps.
prediction.
Yeah, maybe. If something real solid gets figured out, I think that's very possible.
Chat, let us know. Let us know what you think.
Yeah, chat wondering if you can enter through that passage, the small one that's by the hot dog. We were wondering the same thing. There doesn't seem to be anything to grab onto, though. So maybe not. Maybe you're just meant to throw the dagger through and collect the hot dog. Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Because if you throw your dagger and you land in one of those like tiny spaces, it'll kill you. You can't stand in those spaces, so.
Yeah, the only thing I'm wondering is if you drop and throw it in, and so diagonally, and as you're going down, throw it upright. If you can squeeze through, but I don't know. You can actually.
It would be hard. For
Yeah.
sure. Okay, Santania, kind of looking down here. Looks to be wanting to come down and then go back up. Not trying to go across the cavern there.
Didn't even break us.
Ooh, pretty good time there from Aurora Dash. I don't think that's gonna beat the current one.
It's gonna be pretty close. Oh, it does.
Oh, it
13.8.
Yeah, just a few hundredths getting beaten by.
Hey, PB's a PB.
Exactly. I mean, we've seen a couple of matches be decided by less than a tenth.
Mm-hmm.
So trying to get everything you possibly can.
Good work, Jack.
That one seemed pretty good too.
Yeah, if she didn't get caught up right there, then
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it could have been a really, really good one.
13.7.
Try not to die.
Oh, it was a PB. Okay.
It was.
Yeah, so all those consistent runs all the way to the end kind of paying off here. You can definitely see that a 12-second time is possible with this current route that Roar Dash is on. Yeah, just kind of... Even the wall kicks don't seem to be really fast. That one right there seemed to be fairly quick. Just to go straight up and avoid that enemy entirely. And that's a really good time. That's a low 13.
13.13. Yeah. Really good win. It looks like Aurora has found the groove.
What happened?
Chipping away at that PB. Canyon just needs one really good run. They were on a good pace and then got hung up in this kind of wonky, have to go back to the left section a little bit. $15.10's not going to do it for Satania.
Yeah, so Tanya's teetering like right on the verge. I can feel it.
Yeah, I know I've used this metaphor a couple times before, but Satania has all the puzzle pieces, just has to put the puzzle together. Has to be the perfect storm.
Had it.
Precisely. Looking like he kind of did right there. He made some mistakes after the vanishing platform, but
Yeah.
was on there on pace, it seemed like. Right, yeah, Santania kind of playing around with these vanishing platforms.
Mm-hmm.
The timings on them do kind of seem to be strange.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that too.
Dying.
I don't know if it's a cycle or if, well, it's a cycle, but I don't know what the cycle is, if it's 2 on, 2 off, or how this is working.
Yeah, it could just be not a consistent pattern.
Uh-huh.
Ooh, that was fast.
That was
Dash.
fast.
Oh, and that
Whoa.
diagonal throw. There we go. That's what I was
There we
talking about.
go.
If you can get there on a faster vanishing platform cycle at the end, I think that's really what these runners are trying to go after.
Yeah, because that section where you have to go back, yeah, to the left instead of holding right, that's what is slowing up, bottlenecking everybody here.
Yeah, I think so too.
If we can get past that with a good diagonal dagger throw, that may be the key to all of this.
Yeah, it's really cool to watch like how it progresses too,
Mm-hmm.
because we saw at the beginning they're like, I don't understand how any of this works. Brand new vanishing platforms, but now we're like 20 minutes in. I'm just under. There's a much better idea, and now we're starting to see those final optimizations come in and make like you know, extra, like maybe 2 cycles faster than what we were seeing before. Yeah, Aurora Dash really getting there on pace.
I mean, Satania just needs one good run. They're still within range, within a second and a half of Aurora Dash, so
Yeah,
think
precisely.
I think they can definitely do that in the 10 minutes that remain matchup.
Yeah, this middle section here from Santania looks really nice. Oh, it's barely missed that vanishing
Yeah.
platform. But yeah, I mean, that right there from Santania, that was a nice one. That was probably about the same pace as Aurora. I didn't look much slower.
Ooh, this one's a good one from Aurora, hitting that vanishing platform when it was there instead of when it was gone. What caused them to be hosed up. Titania
So
seems to be
under
on a
10
good-
minutes.
Yep, under 10 minutes. Titania seems to be on a pretty good pace going through here.
Okay, that was good from Aurora Dash. Ooh, nice kill on that enemy there.
That's gotta
Oh,
be
that's a 12. Let's see what it's going to be.
12-7. Nice.
Very nice. Yeah, really good from Aurora Dash right there. We haven't quite seen the very end be optimized. Like Aurora Dash just kind of fell down. There was no fast fall. She didn't throw the dagger down.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, but we haven't gotten there enough for them to really care about that at this moment. So I wonder if we'll see like that optimization before it ends.
Ooh, this seems real fast for Aurora.
Yeah, really nice.
Oh,
Ooh, I think
Commentator's
wanted
curse.
up left.
Yep.
Yeah, just got it straight up. But yeah, run like that with like an optimized ending could be an 11-second time, I think. Like you said earlier.
Yeah, I agree. The gap is widening for Satania. 8.5 minutes left in this round. Gonna need a good run. Looks like they may be onto something with this bottom route, though.
Yeah, I like that throw right there they just did. That upright, that seems to be pretty quick. Oh, just avoiding that throw all together.
Yeah, it seems like we're having some these on Aurora's side.
Yeah, perhaps maybe some internet issues, not entirely sure. Yes, screen did go blank. Still had the lead, but we can watch Santania
Yep.
here for a bit. They seem to be really figuring out this ending right here. All right. Okay, we just got word their game crashed, so we're we'll see it back here in a sec. So pretty unfortunate. I don't think that's the first one that I've seen throughout the
Yeah,
tournament.
same. I haven't seen one yet. I haven't commentated for one yet, but I mean, it happens. Brand new game. There are gonna be little bugs, but it is coming out tomorrow, guys. And if you like what you're seeing, if you like kind of the 80s aesthetic, if you like cyberpunk, this is for you. This game is really a lot of fun. Kind of ninja-esque, Celeste, Metroidvania.
Mission start.
Yeah, absolutely. Really fun game, very fast-paced, stylish, smooth. It's all around fun and enjoyable.
Yeah,
Yeah,
great music.
tomorrow, September 30th. All platforms.
Yes, Aeon Drive. Check it out. And he is back up and going. Unfortunate that losing that valuable time, but luckily this is the 30-minute section.
Complete.
Ooh, that was fast too.
What was
12,
the time?
17. Nice.
Okay, that's a really fast one right there. And if right after coming back from the console crash too, losing a couple minutes. But yeah, really seeing it in these final moments here, what'll happen. See if Santana can pull out like a really clean ending. It's kind of been what we saw in the last one, but not in Santana's favor. Just the ending seems to be the difference.
The gap is widening for Satania.
Yeah, now about 2.5 off. Hasn't been able to really push down that time after getting his current 14. But I think he's made some nice optimizations. It's not that hasn't been there. But that enemy right there that he just killed with the dash dagger, teleport dagger,
Piece of cake.
it's in a bad spot, I will definitely say. Because as soon as you kill it, and you don't have time to throw it again because the platform comes back.
Yep.
Maybe an upright throw. Aurora Dash is doing an upright throw. I don't know if it's to avoid the enemy, but it might be.
Yeah, it's interesting. It seems like Aurora Dash is
Dying.
sticking to the script, but doing small variations each run.
Yeah, messing up with the warps there, or the lifts rather. Doesn't seem to be very fast. They seem to be kind of slow. Like maybe it could get you at a nice height, but like chaining them together like this doesn't seem to be real fast. Any faster, at least.
And you're getting hit by that fire bar. Did manage to shave off a little bit of time. 14-16.
Could be some good news here. Get a good time, get a little confidence going, consistency.
That seemed really fast on Satania's side.
Won't give up.
Yeah, I was just thinking maybe if he like dashed and did upright, he could have made that cycle potentially. Yeah, and I think that's all he really needs, because that should be like the same cycle that Aurora's on.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, this could be... He could have cracked the code. 4 minutes left. We could be having a nail biter here, folks.
Yeah, and right around the 12-second mark. If somebody gets an 11, that could just be the time. Right there. Oh no! Just barely hit the corner.
Aurora missing that cycle with the platform hitting the dagger on the bottom side of that platform instead of going through. I think if they make that cycle, we could easily be in the 11s.
Absolutely, and a nice time there from Centennia. Made a couple mistakes, but still got like a 14-second time there.
Not to die. Jeez, thanks for the
Not enough
advice.
to beat his current time, but definitely can improve with his current routing. All right, here we go from Aurora. What is that going to be? Okay, not quite.
Not quite.
Yeah, still 12:17 is the best time. 3 minutes left, just about. This is the point where like I don't want to talk a whole lot. I just want to watch the match.
I've gotten like sucked into it where I feel like if I talk, I'm gonna miss something.
I'm gonna watch both screens at the same time. Yeah, Santana, he just needs a good ending. That's all I want for. Just a good, clean ending.
Yeah.
Able to get past that enemy.
Just needs the perfect storm. Everything to work out all at once. And we saw last round that Satania can blaze through this game.
absolutely. Aurora Dash making it at a good time. Is throwing in some optimizations at the end that we're now seeing. I think we got enough of their time solidified where they are throwing in those extra optimizations.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough hill to climb for Satania with a 2-second gap, just about.
Ooh, that would have been really nice. Aurora really cutting it close, the teleportation dagger. Yeah, Centania getting 14-second times.
Yep. Consistently that 14.5-ish.
Almost had it.
That one being 14.3. PB is, of course, 14.16 that you see on the screen. Gonna have to make it probably 2:11 seconds to get a good lead on Aurora if Satania wants to come out of this round.
Yeah, I think so. You see here, I'll just little lag, that's fine. But yeah, just went straight through that time. Yeah, is kind of that one cycle behind though.
Question in chat, have people been using the ground pound? And there have been a couple other competitors that employ the ground pound mechanic in the run. Haven't seen it a whole lot, but we do see it every once in a while.
Yeah, it's been interesting. We saw it in the last map, I think, because the ending had a down area where it was too long to throw the dagger, so they had to fast fall their ground pound.
30 seconds left in this matchup. This is going to be Satania's last hope.
Yeah, this might be the last attempt here.
Satania's going to do... they're going to have to do it now. Not going to happen.
Yeah, really unfortunate. They are really good showing. Santania, I mean, had the line. I don't think this came down to routing. I think Aurora was just able to execute a little more consistently, and therefore was able to get to the end a few more times.
Yeah, and I think Aurora had a little bit better grasp on the cycles for this map. So we had a little bit of better luck with getting through. So that's going to do it for us today. We really appreciate you guys coming out, hanging out with us, and watching some of this really cool gameplay. So this game is called Aeon Drive, pardon me, and it is coming out tomorrow. So if you like what you see, if you like the 80s, if you like really good music, if you like pretty colors and great platformers, Ninja, Celeste, Metroidvania type games, this is the game for you people. Check it out. It's on all platforms. I have been PC Fangirl in the booth with Markinator99. I appreciate all of you. We will be coming back tomorrow to finish off this tournament. And congratulations to Aurora Dash.
Yep, GG to all competitors. Looking forward to tomorrow. Everyone have a good night.
Bye, guys.